Hello, everyone. I am officially live yet again. I hope that you are doing well today. If you are new here, I'm Alex, and this is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you are watching live, welcome. If you were watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. Today, I am continuing my read of The Count of Monte Cristo, but I am also reading something new that I have not shared in a prior live stream, and that is Alien Clay by Adrian Tchaikovsky. This is a current Hugo Award nominee, so I'm giving it a try. Admittedly, was not that thrilled to read another Adrian Tchaikovsky after my previous one was the Doors of Eden, which is the only other Adrian Tchaikovsky I've read. I will say this one, will I say that this one has a better beginning than the other one? I'm not even sure I can say that. I really hope that it has a better ending. I'll put it that way. So I also was very disgruntled to learn that apparently the copy of The Count of Monte Cristo that I'm reading is actually an abridged version. So here I was thinking that I was reading the whole damn thing, and based off of the page numbers that it has, I don't think it's possible for it to be the full edition, which is extremely frustrating because I could go back and get an unabridged version and then start from the beginning and reread everything, but I'm already over a quarter of the way through. I think I'm like 30% now of the way through the book, and I don't want to do that. So I guess I'm just going to have to tell people when I finish it that it's like, yes, I read The Count of Monte Cristo, but I read the abridged version, which freaking sucks. And it makes me so mad because I swear at the time that I got it, I didn't even know that there was an abridged version, and it didn't say that in the title. I hate it. It's extremely frustrating. So there's that. But anyway, other than my rage and fury, this is a chill time. Sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack, curl up under a blanket, put a fan on you, depending on the temperature outside. I'm very comfy right now. I'm in shorts and a short sleeve shirt. It has been super freaking hot. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why. A lot of my vegetables died. Makes me really sad. So the weather just has been extremely temperamental, and Barker, to be able to take him on his walks, we've been having to wait until it's either very early morning or late in the evening when it's not going to like burn his feet to go outside. Just ah. But the good thing I will say that I had going for me this week is I ended up taking off of work, and I like took time to myself to do hobby things or catch up on stuff. Or I mean, yeah, I did end up doing some chores. I mean, it wasn't all perfectly relaxing, but I will say by and large I had a pretty relaxing time, so I'm very grateful for that. So 2 thumbs up for taking some vacation time. So I'm going to go ahead and go on over to the comments and see who all is here, and hope everybody is doing well. The first one here is Robert. Hi, Robert. Robert says, hello, room. I'm currently reading Night Guest by Hildur. I'm Nuts Dotier. I know the ending of that is daughter. And so the daughter of Canet Nuts. I'm assuming the K is silent. I was reading Elena Knows by Claudia Pinheiro, but it's too depressing, and that's coming from someone who loves dark books. Yeah, sometimes you got to be in like the right headspace to be able to read a really dark book. Robert says, grab a drink, grab a snack. That's right. Kat says, hey, Alex. And hello, Kat. Good to see you. And she says, and to Robert, I'm currently reading Demon Slayer Volume 4, halfway through it, hoping to start Ashton Hall by Lauren Belfort after I finish. Very nice. And Magnolia is here. Hi, Magnolia. Magnolia says, hello, everybody. Hello, Alex. Hi, Robert. Kat says, hey, Magnolia. Robert says, hello to Magnolia. And hi's all around. Hi, Stina. Good to see you. Stina says hi to chat. Kat says hi to Stina. Magnolia says, just quickly got myself some water. Good. Be sure to stay hydrated. That was a thing I didn't mention. I am just going to be drinking some water. And Stan says, I haven't read that one, but Tchaikovsky is an auto-buy author for us. Well, that's good. And Nicole, hi, Nicole. Nicole says, hello, Alex. Oh, I've heard good things about Alien Clay. I hope so. I'll say this. The premise of the book at least makes more coherent sense than The Doors of Eden. Like, I understood what happened in The Doors of Eden. It was a story from beginning to end, but it kind of like lost itself by the ending. And that's what I'm really hoping that this book doesn't do. Because there were parts of The Doors of Eden where if like they had just taken out those parts and made it a short story, it would have been an automatic 5 stars. It was the feeling like he wrote himself into a corner and didn't know how to get out that made it a problem. But I'm liking Alien Clay decently so far. I think I'm withholding judgment on anything given how I felt about The Doors of Eden. It was just kind of like an eh. And so I went into this with lower expectations, and I'm hoping that that means that I'll end up liking it more instead of going into it with high expectations. And Telcana says hello. And Swank says, howdy, everybody, and howdy to you too, Swank. Happy Pet Photo Day. That's cute. Happy Mojito Day, happy Blueberry Muffin Day, and happy Swimming Pool Day. The only one of those things I don't partake in are mojitos, but who knows? Maybe I would like one. And Robert says, Cat, it's going to be a fight to the top of the leaderboard, Missy. Oh, yeah. Does it reset every time? I'm guessing it probably does, where you get like your experience points for your crowns. I was on Cats on Wednesday. I got a little crown for a while. I don't know that I kept it by the end because I had to go to kickboxing. And Stina says, hi, Cat. And Heidi says, I love Service Model. You should pick that one up instead. Well, guess what, Heidi? Got that one too. So we'll see how that goes. Not thrilled. And Nicole goes, oh no. And Stina says, remember, French has a lot of extra letters. Yes, it does. A lot of silent noise or silent letters too. Kat says, you can have it, Robert. And Nicole says, you could just get a physical copy and pick up where you are. Oh, you're talking about for Count of Monte Cristo. That is true. That is true. But at this point, then I don't know what else I've missed. So then I wouldn't feel like I read the unabridged version. I would feel like that would be fake for me to be like, no, I read the whole thing when I don't know how much I've missed in the unabridged one. That would drive me nuts. So it's like now that I've committed to reading this edition, that's the edition that I'm going to read. And then one day, if I like it enough, which hopefully I will, I can pick up like a full copy and read that one sometime. And Alicia's here. Hi, Alicia. And Alicia says, hello, Alex. Happy Friday. Yes, happy Friday to you. Thank you. I'll be working on putting together my theme park backpack with upcoming trips ending and reading some more ACOTAR. Nice. And Robert says, Alien Clay, soft DNF. Oh, no. And Faye says, oh, no, stupid abridged version. Yeah, they really should label them. That's the thing that gets me is there like I said is no indication other than the page count, because the translator is the same for both the abridged and unabridged, because I checked. I went and looked. I was like, okay, if I go like, because I got the Kindle version, right? So if I went and I typed in unabridged Monte Cristo and I typed that and got my search, it did give me the Kindle version of the unabridged, but the cover is basically identical. I mean, it was pretty much the exact same as if you had just bought the Penguin edition, like if you bought a paperback version of the Penguin edition. It was just the page numbers that was different. I'm just so mad. Nicole says you can look up the chapters it skipped. Yeah, but it would also have it will like literally have changed words too, because it's not just that they cut out chapters or cut out specific like sections of the book. It'll have cut out whole lines and the text that people are saying, I don't know. Denise says, hello, everyone. I'm reading The Doll Maker. I'm on page 218. Really good so far. Awesome. Good to see you, Denise. And Stina says, I'm reading 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, unabridged in French. Dang, look at you go. And it's nearly twice as long as my English copy, also unabridged. Huh. And Heidi says, just picked up the unabridged version of Christo now and pick up the story from there. And Tokana says, maybe pick up an audio of the non-abridged and get caught up. Oh, guys, that's a lot. I don't know. Magnolia says, I'm reading The Dinner Club by Saskia Noort. And Nicole said, poor veggies. I know, they all died. Well, not all of them. My squash is doing okay, although it definitely did suffer. My tomato plant is still growing very vigorously. I like my poor green beans though. Like they went from the plant that I thought was going to do the absolute best to the thing that is doing the absolute worst. And I've already had, I think like 4 or 5 of them just die. Is so sad. Magnolia says, a thriller. Robert says, vegetables. Alicia says, yes, it's in the 93 degrees Fahrenheit here in Florida, but the feels like temperature is 101. Ick. And Anne's here. Hi, Anne. And Anne says, good evening. Robert says, veggies rip. And Swank says, you should get him doggy shoes. He would hate them. Like, you know how some dogs, like you put clothes on them and then they just freeze and they don't move? I feel like that would be him, or he'd just try to eat his feet. I mean, I guess if I could buy some and then be able to return them if he hates them, I could give it a try, but I just know Barker would hate them. And Faye says, hello all. Hi, Faye. I'm in a reading slump. No, I'm sorry. Oh, you said your dog died Monday. I know that you were worried that he wasn't going to make it through the weekend. I'm so sorry. Said, I barely read since I need to review a NetGalley ASAP, so I'll try to read my shortest one, African Folk Tales. I mean, Faye, if you don't want to and you don't feel like you can, I mean, could you just return it? You know, or I don't do NetGalley, so I don't know how that works. You could just like write him a note and say like, hey, sorry, I won't be able to get to it, and return it. Because you should definitely take your time to grieve. Stina says, today I'll mostly be working on a design project. Awesome. And Swank says, you took a mental health day. I did. And Kat says, that happened to me with The Alienist. The audiobook was abridged. Thankfully, I caught it since I was reading it with my eyeballs as well. Good job. And Nicole says, wow, we get points for commenting now? Yes, for hanging out and commenting. And Magnolia says, I did a little free library tour on my bike today, gave a lot of books away and scored 3 back. Nice. Talkana says, listening to The Kitchen House, but may read some cold days during sprints. Faye says, I've been promised we'll get a little free library when we move. That's so cool. I love that for you. And Heidi says, I started Musashi. I love it. An alternative to Shogun. It's a big boy too, over 900 pages with itty bitty font. 53 hours on audio. Wow, that's wild. Magnolia says, oh, that's cool, Faye. And Kat says, Nicole, they started this crown thingy on July 1st for live streams. And Stina says, Faye, that's awesome. And Anne says, 40 pages left in The Grapes of Wrath. Nice. And Magnolia says, curious how many comments is how many points. I have been stuck now at 75. I don't have any idea how it works. I've got no clue. Faye says that we'll be living across the street from a park, and it seems like a popular dog walking street, so I'm hoping it'll be an active little free library. Yeah, that would be so great. And sorry if you can hear Bubby in the background. Yeah, you totally can, because I can see the microphone spiking. He's a little butthole, but I love him. Stina says, I have The Doors of Eden on my 60 by 60 list. Well, hopefully you end up liking it. It sounds like you're a fan of Tchaikovsky, so that hopefully shouldn't be an issue for you. And Kat says, that's cool, Faye. I want a little free library. We don't have one in my neighborhood. Nicole says the competitive part of me wants to keep commenting. I think they're like counting on that. They're hoping for it. Heidi says mojitos are the best. Get yourself down to closest gourmet Mexican restaurant pronto. I love me a margarita though. Mm. And Robert says Service Model is his best standalone. Elder Race is a great novella. Okay, good to know. So I was going to say maybe I should have started with Service Model to see if I liked that one, but I didn't look up anything about either of the two books because I just went with whichever one. I was like, okay, which one do I think I would like the most or sounds the most interesting? And I went with Alien Clay. That is what it is. If I end up liking that one less, then hopefully that means that for him this year I'll end on a high note, because if I read 3 Adrian Tchaikovskys this year, I will not be reading another one. I just, it can wait. And Nicole says, trust me, it's worth switching to the full length version. I know too many people who didn't like it abridged. Faye says, yeah, it's hard when you're buying a classic to figure out if it's abridged or not. It should be a law that they have to say it on the cover or just like anywhere. Like, you know, like, because I went to the store, like the storefront, to look at the version that I have, and nowhere does it say it. And it doesn't say it in the description, doesn't say it in the details about the publisher or the translation. All it gives is page numbers. And like looking between that one and another Kindle version was the only way I could tell that like the other Kindle version was twice as many pages. I was like, that's insane. I don't know, guys. Give me some time to think about it. I might get a full length version. It's going to piss me off because I want to finish this sooner rather than later. And I feel like if I go and I get the full version, it's going to push me back that much more. And I'm just going to be mad about it because I don't want it to turn into a slump and a slog to get through. Like I want it to be something that's fun to read. And says, I had to stop reading The Grapes of Wrath for a while before my blood pressure went up. You poor thing. Heidi says, Service Model has a ton of humor. Well, that's good, because I would not currently describe Adrian Tchaikovsky as super funny. He's got like a couple good one-liners here and there, but it's not humorous. And Magnolia says, I read an abridged version of The Wind in the Willows. I thought it was short beforehand, and then I looked it up, and yep, the original is longer. Yeah, Keaton. So when I told Keaton that I had found out, he went and looked up what the differences are with the abridged for Count of Monte Cristo and not. And he said, I guess the abridged versions take away a lot of the setup of how Dante does things throughout the book. And so I'm like, well, shit, if it could, because he said basically people report that it makes it seem like it's kind of a miracle that everything works out versus the full length where you like get all the nitty gritty details. Oh, I'm starting to feel like I should get the full version. Oh, I'm so angry. Because then I have to figure out, I'm like, okay, well, do I get another Kindle version because reading a physical book that is that long? Oh my God, I don't know. I don't want to give any more money to Amazon. I don't. And Zach says, hi, I'm reading Her Dangerous Journey Home by Lee Swanson. And hello, Zach. It's book 3 in a series. Awesome. It takes place in 1310 about a woman pretending to be her brother as a sailing merchant to keep her family's business. That sounds interesting. I like the idea of that. And Kathy's here. Hi, Kathy. Kathy says, hey guys, just got back from the pool. Nice, that's fun. About to make dinner and get ready for work tomorrow, and then spending the entire night starting and finishing the Screw Tape Letters. Awesome. Faye says, the first time I read Les Mis, it turned out to be the abridged version, but a few years later I read the full version, so worth it. Keaton actually had the same comment about Les Mis. He loves Les Mis. And Nicole says, I'm sorry, Alex, that stinks that they didn't tell you. Yeah, thanks. And Kathy says, "Did I miss an unabridged competition?" No, not a competition. It was one of the books that I'm reading and I've gotten pretty far into. I ended up realizing was today, literally today, I ended up realizing was an abridged version. And now it looks like I gotta go and get the other one. Nicole says, "I think we just all know it's worth it to do the long version." All right. Well, you guys are the ones who, oh, hang on. Robert says Count of Monte Cristo, 827-hour audiobook. Jeez. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's a lot. I mean, I think you guys are convincing me to get the other one. I will say this though, if I end up buying a physical copy, I will get it from a local bookstore. I haven't been buying anything from Amazon. Like, I don't want to. And Denise says, "Nicole, did you start East of Eden yet? I wanted to get to it this month, but I also want to read Lonesome Dove. Not sure which to read next. East of Eden is a reread." Zach says, "Personally, I think a decorated version of the Count of Monte Cristo." Oh, you mean an abridged version? The Count of Monte Cristo is fine. I've read the entire thing and it's really bloated, to be honest. And Magnolia says, "I just don't understand why they would do an abridged version of The Wind in the Willows. That's not a mammoth or something." Yeah, they do that with some books, especially like books that they like will illustrate for kids, for example. They'll create like a kid version of it and take out the majority of the story. Magnolia says, "I did learn a new word today, abridged." And Nicole says, "Faye, so sorry." And Nicole says, "Denise, I haven't started East of Eden and don't think I'm going to get to it. Long story." Uh-oh. Kat says, "Sorry about your puppy, Faye." Yes. Robert says, "Faye, that's brutal. I'm so sorry." And Zach says, "I don't know how autocorrect turned abridged into decorated." Yeah, I don't know how that did it either, but I knew what you meant. And Kathy says, "There's a I'm not reviewing button on NetGalley and they give a reason why section." Oh, that's good. Magnolia says, "Faye, also sorry. Condolences." Now, Elky's here. Hi, Elky. Good to see you. Elky says hello. Kat says, "Barry says hello to you, Alex." Hello, Barry. Hope you're doing well. Ian says, "I tried putting a leash on one of my cats. I put him down. He sat down and wouldn't move. The stroller he loves." That's very cute. And Faye says, "NetGalley, no, I have a lot of them and they're lowering my approval to feedback ratio. So I do need to post reviews regularly or I won't get ones I really want." Oh, that's right. You all have told me that they do that, or somebody, maybe it was a YouTube video I had watched, said that they have that approval to feedback ratio thing to keep people honest about reviewing. There was a scandal recently about like some YouTuber, I think, that was talking about how she wrote fake reviews on NetGalley. I was like, what are you talking about? What is the purpose of that? Elkie said, "NetGalley won't cause or won't chase you for reviews. You can just take your time. It doesn't matter." Faye says, "Thanks, gang." Elkie says, "Yeah, you shouldn't request too many at once. Best strategy." Faye's an avid reader, though, so I'm sure that she usually gets to most of them. It's just a life circumstance thing. Tina says, "Good evening," and good evening to you, Tina. And Faye says, "Okay, I oopsied that one, that on day one." And Nicole posting a little dog. Denise saying, "Faye, sorry for your loss." And Magnolia says, "Heidi, I am not really into alcohol, but I love the mocktail mojito." And Kat says, "Mango margaritas are yummy." Loki says, "I don't like the XP thing, gives me anxiety, and now people are just saying things to up their XP." Well, I want people to know that I don't want you to comment if you don't want to comment. It doesn't like, because that's the thing is, as the person hosting, I can't see any of it. So if you guys are like, "Oh, I want to be number one so Alex can see it," I don't see any of that stuff. Like, it's literally for you. So if it matters to you, great. If it doesn't, that's cool too. Robert says, "Elder Race is a take on the Prime Directive." Okay. Elkie says, "Faye, just delete your account and start over." That's what I did. Hey, Chris. It is Chris, right? Did I remember that correctly? Hello. Hope everyone's doing well. I hope you're doing well too. And Heidi says, Robert, since I am a Trekkie, I should read Elder Race. And Faye says, Elkie, no way. I have some good ones. Denise says, there are 3 little free libraries by me. Unfortunately, people put books in there that should be put in the trash. Yeah, they get some like really beat up, nasty copies in them sometimes. There's actually a house right down the road from me that had a little free library and they got rid of it. And I was so bummed because I was like, why did they do that? It used to be full of a lot of children's books. And I'm not sure what their reason was, but I don't know, maybe people started abusing it or they just didn't want it anymore. It was kind of a surprise. Elkie said, Faye, haha, fair enough. Maybe after you finish them, and also if you send them to your Kindle directly, they'll stay available forever so you wouldn't lose them anyway. I didn't know that you could do that with stuff on NetGalley. Nicole says, audio version would probably catch you up pretty quick, just a few hours over the next week. And Kat says, Elkie, I'm not a fan either. I'm glad I can't see it when I stream. I'm on my phone right now, so I don't see it on Alex's stream. Oh, that's right. You have to like be on your computer too. So if you're like watching us on your phone, you won't see that either. Elkie says, Kat, yeah, I'm on my phone too, but I still see it in the comments here. Oh, that's weird. Huh. Okay. Robert says, Keaton, I'm going with Pizza Hut. We actually both ate some very large lunches because we ate separately and just decided not to make dinner tonight. So tomorrow I am making smash burgers. Magnolia says there are more ways than Amazon, I am sure. Oh no, I know. I have used bookshop.org, buying from like local or I almost said buying from local libraries, buying from local bookstores, and going to the library. So like there's definitely ways that I can get good copies of books. And Nicole says Project Gutenberg should have a free version that can be downloaded onto an e-reader. Okay. Hopefully they would have one that isn't the abridged and is also the same translation as the one that I have, because I'm currently liking the translation that I'm using. I want to keep that one. Kat says, Elkie, do you have an Android? And Heidi says, Alex, you are okay. The best surprises in Christo are towards the middle and end, so I think you're good. Just find where you are in the unabridged, go to the library and get the ebook from them. I would be willing to bet. I'll check on Libby because I might be able to get the Libby copy if people haven't snatched up all of them, because ebooks are super popular with my library program, and every single time I want to go and get an ebook through Libby, it's got like a huge hold on it. So I'll need to check. Elkie says, Cat, yes, Android. Magnolia says, yes, great solution. Didn't think of that site, Nicole. Robert says, Heidi, Elder Race is a fun read. I always recommend this title if you're in a reading slump. Zach says, in my opinion, the setup in the Monte Cristo barely matters at the end of the day. It's still basically magic and doesn't make any sense. Kat says, Elkie, good to know. I have an iPhone, so I don't see it. That also explains why I can't see it on my iPad either. Interesting. Talcana says, sorry, I got about 3 pages into the Count of Monte Cristo and was like, nah. You don't need to apologize to me. I'm still reading it. Nicole says, Count is only 52 hours on audio. Oh, was Robert picking fun at me? He was making a joke. I should have known. Duh, it can't be over 800 hours. That would be dumb. I was being a dum-dum. Everybody laugh at Alex. Ha, 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 ha. So gullible. Zach says he's joking. The most audiobooks are about 55 hours for the Count of Monte Cristo. Yeah, I'm just a doofus. That's fine. Stina says, I tried doing a buddy read for Les Mis several years ago. Everyone else had a modern translation. My copy was a 19th century translation. It started in a completely different spot and I had to give up. Oh my God. That's awful. I'm so sorry. Heidi says, Robert is teasing you. Yeah. Magnolia says, I'm still on 75 XP. How? I have no idea how that works. Kat says, Denise, I read Lonesome Dove in June. I really enjoyed it. I listened to the audiobook along with reading a physical copy with her eyeballs, as Kat likes to say. Robert says the Stand audiobook at 1,200 hours. I swear. And Elkie says there's a limit on it. Resets hourly. Another annoying thing. XP, I mean. Oh, really? Oh. Huh. Really? Hourly? Nicole says, Robert, my trust is broken. Oh, and I get the little reference. That's for the bee sting. Heidi says, Telcana Cristo is so surprisingly modern for 1846. And Robert says, Nicole, I have a long list of books I hate. You'll love them. And Chris says, I have certainly seen fake reviews on NetGalley. They usually say, great book. This changed the way I view the world. Everyone should read it. And Nicole says, Elkie, it is weird. It makes me want to comment less. I wish we could opt out. Yeah, I wish that we could too. They just turned it on and we had no idea. So what was funny last time, Nicole, is I used Restream for the first time. So I go and I tell everybody at the very beginning, I'm like, hey, I'm using a new service. If you notice anything different, let me know. And everybody's like, why do we have crowns now? And I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't think it's a Restream thing. And Kat had to tell me that it was like, oh yeah, they started that July 1st. So it was just a weird coincidence. But I was seriously over here like, how the hell do I shut that off? Can't. Elkie said, Magnolia, yeah, and it's all super glitchy apparently too. Agreed. It's really weird and in my opinion, not necessary. And Nicole says, Chris changed the way I viewed the world. Elkie says, Nicole, write me too. I want to turn it off. Chris says, it is Chris. I find the crowns annoying. Some people take them so seriously, and I want to say, you're a grown adult. Get a grip. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is it's not a representation of like historically the people who have commented the most. So like I know last week I talked about Twitch, and if you go on Twitch, you can get certain like badges and stuff for depending on where you were in somebody's career when they started their channel and things that just stick with you from like for the rest of the time that you ever watch their channel. You get like a special thing next to your name, right? This isn't that. So it seems kind of meaningless in the grand scheme of things. If it resets every single time and you can't keep it, I don't know why they did it. Tina says, I can see XP from my phone. Talcana says, I took half the day off, a bunch of long work days long world days this week. World or work days? Both, I guess. Stina says, our neighborhood's library box keeps getting vandalized. That's terrible. And every now and then somebody dumps a bunch of religious pamphlets in there. Tina says, while on my phone. Robert says, I can see the XP on my BlackBerry. Still make Blackberries. And says, you see it on an Android phone, but not an iPhone. Yeah, that's weird. Zach says, if you click the XP thing at the top, you can turn off the points thing so you can't see it, Faye. Oh, can you? That's nice. Tina says, that makes sense. And I use Android. Nicole says, what translator do you have, Alex? It's, shit. I think his last name begins with a B. Give me 1 second. Sorry, everybody. Let me, Monte Cristo translations. Robin Buss, the guy who did the Penguin editions. Stina says the crowns are just an attempt to get people to pay for super chat and stickers, which goes straight to YouTube. Yeah, I've never seen any money from YouTube, for the record. So if you pay for anything, at least for the fact that I don't have 1,000 subscribers, so I don't get anything for my channel, right? So if like an ad goes over my videos or anything like that, I don't get anything from it. The other thing too that a lot of people don't know is on YouTube, you have a $100 cash out. So like, for example, even if I got to 1,000 subscribers, I would have to earn $100 either from people sending super chats or whatever, or me earning AdSense revenue to be able to get a dime from YouTube. So like if you were so sweet and you're like, hey, I'm going to send you $1 for the sticker or whatever, I would have to get 100 stickers to get anything. So I actually have, I'm not joking you, I got sent a sticker one time. It was for $1.25, and it is still sitting in my YouTube like, hey, you got $1.25 out of your $100. And I'm like, well, I'll probably never get that. Thanks, YouTube. And Nicole says, I agree with Heidi, at a quarter in, you're just getting started. Well, I'm a quarter into the abridged, which means I'm probably even less into the unabridged version. If I need to go back and reread other chapters, I'll see this weekend what's available. I'll actually take a look at Libby first before I go anywhere. I may take a look at Libby and see if they have the unabridged. I can get on there and like be able to flick through and see chapters, but I do need to check, like I said, on the edition. And Magnolia says, how, Zach? Elkie says, Stina, as if they don't make enough yet on ads and premium. So true. Kat says, Stina, YouTube takes a percentage of the super chats and stickers. Magnolia says, oh my God, he got me as well. I was surprised at 800 hours. I'm in the Dum Dum Club, Alex. We're not dum-dums. We're just, we're out here trusting Robert as our friend and confidant, and he's just a big old liar. He says that's why everyone is still on 75 XP. Stina says, but does the live stream host get anything if not monetized? I'm not monetized, never get anything. So yeah, that's what I just explained. And Nicole says, Restream. Yeah, Restream is nice. I just don't like the fact that if you get the free version, whenever you post your thumbnail, it smacks the Restream logo on it, because at least StreamYard doesn't do that. But I did like the Restream platform. I thought it was pretty clean. Elkie says, Chris, that's exactly what I find annoying too. Suddenly it creates this competition I didn't sign up for and changes the atmosphere. Don't compete with each other then. It's okay. I promise. Swang says, badges, we don't need stinking badges. Robert says, I stand with crowns. Nicole says, if we can't turn out points in for prizes, what's the point? So true. You can't turn them in. Need to get like little like arcade prizes. And Faye says, all this NetGalley advice is like when my brother told me, you don't have to read all the books assigned for your courses, right? Yes, I do. Yes, I did. And yes, I will. Hashtag overachiever. And Magnolia says, I don't think it changes the atmosphere on this chat. We're all a bit goofing around with it and joking. I don't think anybody's taking it seriously here. That is also true. That's one of the things I like about my peeps here is generally speaking, we've had some times that we can, get a little sassy, but it's nothing ever egregious. And Kat says, Stina, you have to be monetized and reach your threshold in order to receive the money. Yep, you can start getting super chat money at the 500 sub level, which is, why people can send me stuff, but I can't cash it out. And 3,000 watch hours, which, I have also surpassed. Elkie says, Faye, haha, totally fair. Nicole says, okay, skip Gutenberg. They won't have Bus's translation, but library might. I'll give it a shot. I'll cross my fingers and hope. Otherwise, I'll just have to go find a Penguin edition. Surely, even if because I don't count Barnes & Noble as a local bookstore. Like when I say local bookstore, I do mean like independently owned bookstore. But if I can't get one from them, Barnes & Noble probably would have one. Elkie says, Magnolia, I agree. Here, I feel like are more adults and it's very different atmosphere, but certain channels definitely. Zach says the XP thing resets every stream, not every hour. You can turn it off in the help center. And Kat says the crowns are also to encourage chatting, which we do. Magnolia says, I believe that, yes, Elkie. And Anne says, it appears to be a complicated process to turn it off. I am hesitant to start pushing buttons, but I don't know what I'm doing. And Magnolia says, haha, how luxurious, Nicole. I find things out from you. And Elkie says, Zach, I personally meant it doesn't continue going up until an hour has passed, but full reset per live stream. And Magnolia says, true, Alex. We are the trusty club. Shame on you, Robert. Robert says, Magnolia, a badge of honor. And Zach says, Elkie, gotcha. And Stina says, I was watching a storm chaser a few days ago, and one of their wrenches commented that the percentage YouTube takes is huge. Better to do Patreon or something with a better percentage. Yeah, I also don't have a Patreon. Nicole's got her fingers crossed for me. Thank you. Stina says, indies can usually order you a specific edition if they don't have it on the shelf. That is also true. But then that would also mean that I need to put a pause on reading it until it would come in. And by this point, guys, I'm concerned that I won't finish it by the end of the year. Like I truly am trying. Like I really want to finish this book. Robert says, Alex, money, money. There you go, my friend. Thanks. And Anne says, I like the Barnes & Noble classic versions of books. Yeah, they can have some nice additions. And Kat says, Stina, true about Patreon. You just have to create extra content for your patrons. Yes, that is also true. Well, thank you all for that lovely discussion. We're 40 minutes in, and we're just now getting started on our first reading sprint. So I will get us going. First one will be 45 minutes, and I will also give you all your first regular question, which is, what series are you currently obsessed with? Can be book, TV show, movies, or games. And Kat was saying, or Stina said to Kat, true. All right, everybody. I'm going to wish you all happy reading. I'm going to drink some water. You drink some water. Everybody drink water. And I will be back in a little bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I got to page 100 even in Alien Clay, so hooray for that. I'm over a quarter of the way through the book. I went and I looked at Libby for like editions of The Count of Monte Cristo at my local library. And fun fact, they do have a multitude of editions, and not a single one lists who the translator was or whether it's abridged or not, and gives absolutely no page count. So that's pretty much a lost cause. So what I decided to do is I went and I looked at like who around me has the Penguin edition, the unabridged version of the same translator that I'm reading right now as a physical copy in store, and one of the local Barnes and Nobles does have it. So I think I'll go pick that up this weekend. I was also going and looking at the table of contents for The Count of Monte Cristo to see where I am if I had been reading the unabridged version. And it's saying that I would only be around, I think I'm getting close to like 350, like page 350, which for a book that large is still, obviously very early on. So I do think it would be pretty easy for me to go through and probably find which chapters got skipped, because I'm at, I think it's chapter 37, or I'm in chapter 36, about to get to chapter 37. So and obviously a lot of the chapters I recognize, um, because they didn't cut out all of them. But there's definitely some I'm looking at and I'm like, I don't think I remember the name of that chapter. So I'll go and get an edition this weekend. And it stinks because I really did not want to, well, one, I didn't want to have to get two editions of it, but it was easier for me to read on the Kindle just because of the size of the book, and it felt like I could like read it in more bite-sized chunks. And now I'm going to be like staring at how thick the book is and how much I have left to read, and I'm really hoping that that's not going to be discouraging. So we will see. Anyway, there we go. Let me know how you did in your reading. And I'm going to go back here and got a lot of comments to read, which is awesome. Before we left, I asked you all the question, what series are you currently obsessed with? Can be, book, TV show, movie, game. I actually finished the new Dragon Age game. I spent over 60 hours playing it, and I had a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. It was one of those where it was kind of, gosh dang it, where's the little star? I just saw it. I starred the last comment so that I would be able to find it, and I lost it again. There it is. It was Magnolias. It was one of those games that where it was very divisive among people who really enjoy the series, because they either like the lore implications and they like the new characters, or they didn't. And I fortunately was one of the people that I liked it. I thought it was a really fun addition to the story. And then Keaton and I have also started West Wing, and so we're about to start episode 5 of the first season. So I have a ton left to watch, but I'm already obsessed with it and I love it. So yay, West Wing. And Magnolia says, my book was getting sad and desperate. And Zach says, yeah, YouTube makes over a third of super chats. Twitch is the worst. They keep almost 50% of bits. Patreon takes about 20%. Stream Element donations are the best, with 100% going to the creator. That's interesting and also awful. Anne says, I just discovered that I have 2 open bottles of water in the office fridge. And Christina's here. Hi, Christina. Good to see you. And Christina says, hi, happy Friday, Alex, and chat to you as well. Thank you. Remember to hydrate, feed thyself, check the laundry, take meds, stretch, and so show some love to the like button. Also, make sure you sub and ring the bell so that you hopefully get notified. Thank you, Christina. Kat says, hey to Christina. Christina says, I don't think I'm obsessed with anything right now. My reading is all over the place, and the only thing I've watched for months is the beginning of Mansfield Park for Jane Austen, July. You said I'm going back and forth between the book and the movie. Oh, okay. So you're pausing when you get to a part that you haven't read yet. I have not heard of somebody doing that, but I fully respect it. Christina says, "Hi, Kat." Zach says, "I just checked turning off the leaderboard is easy. Just go to settings, live chat, and you can toggle off the leaderboard. It's very simple." Thank you, Zach. Appreciate you going and finding that out. Face says, "Zach, I yes, found it under the privacy settings. It's still a clickable crown, though, just doesn't show points anymore." Zach says, "Faye, yeah, the clickable crown is still there, but it's mostly gotten rid of. The option to turn it off isn't in my privacy settings. It probably depends on what kind of device you are using." Thanks to Zach. And Kat says, "I finished Demon Slayer Volume 4. Good job, Kat." And Kat says, "As for book series, I'm obsessed with the J.P. Beaumont and Joanna Brady series by J.A. Jantz. I'm also invested in Demon Slayer and Dan to Dan, a manga." I like that you're enjoying those mangas too, Kat. I haven't read any Demon Slayer, but I know it's fiercely popular, so I probably would like it. And Faye says, "LOL, the first African folktale explains why hands are always smacking mosquitoes away from ears. These stories are fun." That's great. And Kat says, "As for TV series, I'm currently obsessed with Santa Clarita Diet." I watched, what was it? I think it was the first 2 seasons of that when it originally came out, and I absolutely loved it, and I haven't watched any of it since, so I don't know how long that show ran for or if it's still running. No clue. I'm also invested in Wednesday, Resident Alien, and Stranger Things, all currently on hiatus. And Alicia says, "For book series, I loved the Body Count series by Jolie Vines. For TV shows, I've been binging Lego Masters." Oh, that sounds fun. Movies are Marvel movies, and video games have been playing Hogwarts Legacy and Fallout 4. Very, very nice. And Kat says, "Faye, were you reading Why Mosquitoes Buzz in People's Ears, a West African Tale by Verna Ardema?" And Nicole says, "Off to dinner. Thanks for sprints. Enjoy your dinner, Nicole. Thanks for coming." And Kat says, "Bye, Nicole." Faye says, "A cat, it's probably a version of that. I'm not sure. I'm reading a collection of African folktales." And Teresa's here. Hi, Teresa. Teresa says, "Hello, Alex and friends. I was outside working in the garden, so need to take a quick bath. Reading. I am working on Emma this month and just finished The Nun by D. Diderot. I am still reading intro." Okay, nice. Kat says, "Faye, gotcha." Faye says, "I'm at a weird period of my life where I'm not obsessed on any TV shows, first time since birth, basically, but I'm obsessed with the Marvel Cinematic Universe on the whole." And Kat says, "Hey, Teresa, how's Emma? It's on my TBR for July." And Kat says, "Faye, do you have a favorite character or group of characters?" And Elkie says, "Off to bed. Good night, all. Happy sprinting." And Elkie's probably long gone, but thank you, Elkie, for coming. Kat says, "Good night, Elkie." So thanks, Kat. Elkie says, "Hey, there's a crown." So she got one before she left. And Faye says, "Kat, Bucky, and the Thunderbolts." I remember you talking about Bucky before, Faye. I don't remember you talking about Thunderbolts. And Teresa says, "Kat, it's okay. I am only about 100 pages into it. I had a feeling it wouldn't be a favorite, so I saved it for the last of her works. To me, it just seems like nosy, gossipy teens." That's kind of how the movie went, too. Kathy says, "My favorite book series is most definitely the Golden Weaver series by Zara Storm. Rumpelstiltskin retelling Faye with a huge mystery plot and a touch of romance. The trifecta." Awesome. Teresa says, "Kat, I might like it more by the end." Hopefully. Tokana says, "Can't say I'm obsessed, but if I read one book a month, I'll finally be caught up in the Dresden Files by the end of the year." That's awesome. I will read those eventually. And Kat says, "Teresa, I'm hoping to listen to Emma on audiobook along with reading a physical copy. There are a couple of audiobook options through the library." Teresa says, "For some reason, I don't get into my series in the summer, but I do love Chief Inspector Armand Gamache series by Louise Penny. Just never get into it in the summer." Jamie says, "Hello and happy Friday to all." And hello to you too, Jamie. I hope you have had a good day at work so far. Hopefully you're going to be able to get off work soon. And Elena's here. Hi, Elena. Elena says, "Finished reading How to Survive a Horror Story, and it was great." Awesome. That's a fun title for a book, too. And Faye says, Teresa, I loved Emma once I realized the movie Clueless was based on it. Once I read it in that 90s comedy tone, I thought it was hilarious. And Teresa says, what's this new thing I noticed last week with these purple crowns and numbers by them in the chat? Yeah, so just really quick, Teresa, that was something that YouTube started, and it's not something that you can really get rid of. You can go into your privacy settings and turn off the points feature if you don't want to see them. But it's just something that resets every live show that you show up to. You can like get a crown for engagement, and then by the time the next live show starts, it's a point system that starts over again. So it really doesn't have any meaning, and you don't have to pay attention to it if you don't want to. And Jamie says, I just finished watching the mini series Godless on Netflix and loved it. Very nice. And Kaylee's here. Hi, Kaylee. Kaylee says, I'm currently watching Miles Teller's entire filmography. He's a great actor, but he doesn't have a lot of good movies. Dang it. And Kat says, hey, Jamie and Elena. Hello to Kat. Faye says, Teresa, YouTube is trying to make us all compete to comment the most and donate money that YouTube can steal. Just ignore it. Robert says, fascinated with offbeat movies like The Cellar, Debris, the sci-fi series. There's 3 movies with that title. And I just watched The Tall Grass last night. Awesome. Magnolia says, I'm not really obsessed with a lot of things right now. I have watched a lot of movies with Steve Weber in it, and I'm kind of a fan of him. Watch a lot of gem pushers and crane vids on YouTube. Elena says, I will finish it in the next sprint. Awesome. One thing on YouTube that is a guilty pleasure of mine that I just infinitely find hilarious. So in my work life, as somebody that has had to plan events and knows like different things that can go wrong when you host events, I love it when somebody tells a drama of an event that went horribly wrong. So like book events that were held by people that had no idea how to organize, authors or attendees or badges or anything like that. Like just really any kind of event. If somebody's like, it went terrible, I want to know all about it, because planning events is really freaking hard and people do not have enough of an appreciation for that. And if you go into it thinking that you know what you're doing and you've never done it before, and you're going to be doing it for hundreds of people, you're probably going to be screwed. So it's my guilty pleasure. I just found out about one that happened in May. I was watching a video about it last night. Hold on. I'll be able to tell you guys the video because I thought it was a well done video. I thought it was fun. So give me a second. I'll tell you all what it was. Come on. I hate the way that they organize things on our phone anymore. It makes it really hard to find the things that you previously watched. Okay. So look up if you want to. It's over an hour long, but again, I eat this stuff up. It was Rachel, or excuse me, Reads with Rachel did a video, and it was called Book Talk Firefest, A Million Lives. So it was like the A Million Lives Festival, and it was atrocious. And Magnolia says, nothing really more, I suppose. I have a monk pause because I watch more movies at the moment, all kinds of movies. Leia says, I will also be making coffee for the next sprints. Very nice. I just made a tea blend that a friend of mine gave me, like her recipe for it. And there's like a local shop that is kind of like part grocery store and part apothecary, if you will, because they sell all sorts of different just loose herbs that you can buy. And it had 5 different things in it. And I had tried her blend. She gave me a bag of it a while back. And I was like, oh my God, I need to make a whole jar of this stuff. So I went and I got some of the ingredients for it. And it was, see if I can remember everything off the top of my head. It was catnip, lemon balm, chamomile, passion flower, and peppermint. Those were the 5 things. And very, very solid, herby, floral tea. Goes really good with honey. And Elena says, I am good. Glad to hear it. Magnolia says, I almost fell asleep while reading. Had to read a lot of sentences over and over again. That's usually when I can tell I'm really tired too, or just very distracted. I guess whenever you read this after that, it will be my bedtime. Well, I don't know if you made it this far, Magnolia, but if you did, good night to you. Hope you sleep well. And Faye says, I've read 30% of African folk tales. They're like a cross between Aesop's fables and Grimm fairy tales. It's good to be feeling accomplished while not putting in much effort. That's good. And Jamie says, just clocked out from work. We'll be reading Dry by Neil Schusterman. Awesome. Robert says, Alex, Alien, Clay, I got up to page 120. You go, girl. Okay, I'm almost there, Robert. I'm almost where you tapped out. Kat says, perfect timing. I can eat dinner during the chatty part, baked salmon and sweet potato. Wonderful. That sounds good. And Faye says, I don't know what FWIW is because I'm being a doofus and my brain is not filling in any blanks for that. What does that mean? Hang on. I'm not hip and down with the kids, guys. I have never been hip with lingo. For what it's worth. Okay, thank you. For what it's worth, that Penguin edition of Count is great. That's what I want to hear. Heidi says, I am obsessed with booktuber John Remmel at Remmel Broadcasting. He introduced me to Philip K. Dick, Mervyn Peake, Haruki Murakami, I'm guessing. I wish he released a video every day. That's awesome. I'm glad that you found a new person. And Magnolia says, sounds good, Cat. Bon appetit. Teresa says, Faye, it's cute, but I know it won't be a favorite. Talcana says, read 9 pages of Cold Days, got distracted by folks. Heidi says, Alex, just read 1 chapter a night for Christo, so finish it by Labor Day. It will be a treat each night. And it honestly, like, that might be a good way for me to do it, is to read it 1 chapter a day. It's been easier for me to like read and feel enjoyment from reading since I took time off of work, and I recognize how much I really needed that time to decompress. And I know that as soon as I go back on Monday, I'll be thrown into a ton of stuff and I'm going to be super busy. And I have, of course, an event on Wednesday. So Kat, I won't be able to drop in on your sprints because I will be working. But you know, I want to get back into my like regular routine of when I was reading solidly every day, because this year it's just not been happening. But that doesn't mean that it has to continue that way. And I definitely have that mentality of like, the way that the beginning of the year started does not dictate how the rest of the year is going to go. And so I think that I can definitely get back into a routine. I mean, the fact that over my vacation, even with all the stuff I've been doing, and I've had like a huge list of stuff that I've done, like both stuff I've like traveled outside of the house to do and things around the house I've done. The fact that, you know, I've read 100 pages of a new book when there were times that it took me like a week. I mean, well, more than a week in some cases to read that much of a book. I mean, that like makes me happy. Like, yay, because I was not just reading Alien, Clay. I was also reading The Count of Monte Cristo, you know, and other stuff I was working on. So I know I can do it. I know I can. Stina says, got some admin stuff done, wrote a few paragraphs in the product requirements doc. Awesome. Anne says, divided up into manageable parts. When I read War and Peace, I read a chapter a day. Alana says, instead of coffee, I made myself some chamomile hot tea. Yeah, I love chamomile. Chamomile's great. Denise says, no reading, went out to get some dinner, been waiting to try this sandwich forever. I'm not an adventurous eater. It was good. With a ... there's that ellipses. Like, I'm hoping it's not it was good, but I hope that you just enjoyed it. Kathy said, read 5 parts of the Screw Tape Letters and meal prep for the next 6 days. Great job. And Stina says, I did that for the first season of Game of Thrones. It worked amazingly well, but I gather it doesn't for later seasons. No, it doesn't. After the 3rd season, I believe that's when it was that everything like really started to derail. The first season was pretty solid. The second season, I remember being pretty good with the book. It was like the third season where we kind of start going, and then after that, it's like, Matt, that you really like there's going to be some things that happen in the books where you could be spoiled for if you watch the show, but by the last two seasons, it's like none of it is the same at all, especially not the last season. I mean, the last season is for a book that was never written. So obviously none of it happened, right? It's wild. Teresa says, Stina, what Mansfield Park are you watching? I couldn't find any. And Swank says, Men in Black cartoon series. I didn't know they had a cartoon series. That's so fun. Zach says, I don't get obsessed with series. I abandon stuff when it inevitably, there we go, turns to poo. For a second there, Zach, I thought you were going to say I abandoned it when it becomes cool. Teresa says, series, I forgot I have been enjoying Cat and Gamer, so good. Graphic. Oh, okay. And Stina says, I don't think it's working well with this adaptation of Mansfield Park. Dang it. And Denise says, it's called The Pig, pulled pork barbecue sauce, bacon, cheddar cheese, coleslaw, and crunchy onion strings. I opted out of the red onion. Okay, sounds like a solid little barbecue sandwich there. Kat says, I think there are only 3 seasons of Santa Clarita Diet. Okay. And Zach says, I'm going to email you something YouTube removed from chat. It's another opinion that says Abridged Monte Cristo is fine, coming from someone that's her favorite book. Oh, okay. Well, thank you. And Jamie says, I love Lego Masters. Magnolia says, oh my God, that sounds so good, Denise. And likewise, I don't like Red Onion either. Lana says 281 pages and 20 chapters read and 73% into starring Adele Astaire by Eliza Knight. Eliza. There we go. Denise says, Kat, I loved why mosquitoes buzz in people's ears. Kat says, it's a good story, Denise. And Andy's here. Hi, Andy. Andy says, hi. Smacked the like button. Thank you, Andy. I appreciate it. Denise is obsessed with Big Brother every season. I have a friend that loves Big Brother. And Kathy says, a new obsession is Ender's Game. I only just finished book 1, but I'm seriously debating getting the rest. There you go. They sell whole box sets. Barker? No, not right now. Barker? No. Guys, sorry. Give me 1 second. Bubby? No. Enough. Stop. Sassiest boy that ever lived. Heidi says, Jamie, I also loved Godless. You should try Hell on Wheels. That is a fun Western. Robert says, Cat manga you'd love. Frieren, Beyond Journey's End. And Stina says, it's the 1999 release of Mansfield Park. It's free with ads here on YouTube. I haven't looked for another version. It's just conveniently popped up in my feed. Oh, nice. Denise says, Big Brother is the first live TV I've watched this year. And Kat says, thanks for the rec, Robert. And says, we went to the book festival in Baltimore. It was horribly disorganized mess. The authors ended up walking out. Oh, no. I'm sorry because you went, and I'm assuming that you probably paid for that, and I think that that's terrible. Did you pay for it, Anne, or was it a free entry? And Estina says, I'm drinking a Dryad tea blend called Lick Me this evening. That's a fun name. I think my favorite, though, is Ravens in the Library. And what's in Lick Me? Kat says, Magnolia, have you watched the adaptation of The Shining with Steven Weber? And Magnolia says, thank you. Bye-bye, Alex. Bye, everybody. And she did answer Kat and says, I have. I thought it was nice. I never watched the one with Jack Nicholson, by the way, or read the book. Apparently, the one that was the TV series was more accurate to the novel, especially because in the movie, he doesn't even use the same weapon. Because for anybody who has not read The Shining, he doesn't use an axe. And Kat says, the adaptation follows the book more. Yes, thank you. Than the Kubrick one. And Magnolia says, still here, LOL cat. Yeah, I heard that out of some funny facts. I actually like the movie series, though I'm not a huge horror person. Ghosts are okay, though. Jamie says, Heidi, yay for Philip K. Dick, one of my favorites. I'll be reading The Penultimate Truth later this month. Elena says, I am calling the librarian to return my book and then rechecking it out again. Oh, that's interesting that you can't do that online. One of the nice things that I do enjoy about our library is they do an auto renew service. So, and you get auto renewed up to 3 times. So basically, you get when you first check it out, and then 2 renewals after that. So you get 3 2-week periods to have a book, as long as nobody has put a hold on a book. Because if they put a hold on a book, you cannot auto renew it. Robert says, Heidi, Philip K. Dick, I'm going for a mint copy of Dr. Blood Money. Cool. Elena says, tomorrow I'm going to 7-Eleven to get me a Slurpee and some snacks like some Chester's fries and maybe an iced coffee. Awesome. I've never had a 7-Eleven Slurpee. And Teresa says, Alex, I meant Cat and Gamer is a graphic novel, not that it's a graphic dirty. Okay. I didn't know which it was, but thank you for clarifying. And Jamie says, I enjoyed the 1999 film of Mansfield Park. Zach says, I got through The Count of Monte Cristo in 5 days. It was only like 5 hours a day. Yeah, Zach, that's not surprising for you. I don't read that quickly. Stina says, I'll have to look when I go downstairs again. And says, we paid $10 a piece for 2 adults and $5 for our daughter. Okay, at least that's not that bad for a ticket price. It's still not good that you had to pay anything for an event that sucked, but I'm glad it wasn't like $50 a person. And Anne says, the National Book Festival in Washington, D.C. is super organized. That one is free. Huh, I've never heard of the National Book Festival. I'll have to look that up, see if anybody's, I'm sure people have probably filmed inside that festival before. Stina says, our library does 3 automatic renewals unless there's a hold, 3 weeks each. That's actually very generous. You get 3 weeks. Wow. If it's from another library system, though, just 1 renewal. Okay, that's nice. Well, awesome. Thank you, everybody, for the lovely chat. And my next question for you is going to be, would you rather be a professional landscaper or interior decorator? There we go. And I'm going to do another 45 minutes up on the clock. And the timer starts now. And I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I, during that sprint, read some more Count of Monte Cristo. And what I did is I actually went to the table of contents and I wanted to see if any chapters had been taken out of the edition that I'm reading versus the official version. And I only found that one chapter has been removed of what I have read so far. The thing that was weird though is I looked ahead because I knew that there were supposed to be 117 chapters, and the edition that I'm reading says that it has 117. I was like, that's really weird. So I'm guessing it probably cut parts out of the individual chapters, that or the page count of the edition that I'm reading is not accurate, because when I go through and I'm going between pages, it actually will not give me the page number that I'm on. It only gives me a location code. So now I'm wondering, I'm like, well, is it actually the right edition after all? I don't freaking know. And this is why Kindle is an irritating piece of crap sometimes. But anyway, before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather be a professional landscaper or interior decorator? And let's see what you all had to say. Got to go back here. Oh, of course, I forgot to put my star so I could easily find my place. Good job, me. And see, Kat said interior decorator. And Stina says interior decorator, interior anything, just about. I'm either bright white or bright red, and bright white is much less painful. Anne said, when we went last year, in addition to other authors, David Baldacci and Rebecca Yaros were there. It's in September. They have not said who's coming yet. Well, that's really cool, Anne. And Swank says, interior decorator. I did set dressing for both TV and film, so it would be fun. Don't like the heat, so landscaper is out. I think you have an advantage on us, Swank, if you have done that for TV. Talkana says, pretty sure I'd be terrible at both. At least interior design is indoors, though. And Stina said, I did take some interior design classes back in the 90s, and they were a lot of fun. I think I'd be good at it if it didn't require interacting with people. Yeah, I mean, like maybe you could do interior design for like, you know how apartments and new housing developments always have like a built out apartment or house that has furniture in it. Like I've always thought that that kind of seemed like that would be an interesting job, to just have to design one of those spaces. Zach says, I guess interior design if it has to do what the client wants, but I go landscaper if I get to make the rules. That's a good point. Jamie says, interior decorator because I love to sew curtains, pillows, etc. I've also done some reupholstering. As much as I love plants, I'm not good with them. No green thumb here. Yeah, I don't think I would be very good at picking which plants should go on like what side of the house based off of how much sun they need, and if I had to like travel around the country and figure out which plants work best in which zones, like I think I would just be terrible at that. So if I had to choose one thing that I could at least reasonably maybe end up being good at with like some, study and looking up things that are hot right now, I think interior decorator would probably be the way to go. Zach says, I could further my grass is dumb and one of the biggest waste of resources humanity ever came up with crusade. There are better self-nitrogenating plants that don't grow tall enough to get mowed. Yeah, I also agree with the fact that like way too much of the US is just green lawn. And that's something that really never should have started. We should have kept more wildflowers and grasses and stuff that grew. Be much better for pollinators. And hello to you. Oh my goodness, haven't seen you in forever. Hello. And Mary Lou says, interior design, I prefer the indoors, which is ironic as my son is a professional horticulturist, but I prefer designing interior spaces. Well, just because your son likes to do it doesn't mean that you have to. And Robert says, I've been watching a lot of Arvin Haddad videos, so I'll go with interior decorator. And Elena says, and then after that, I will go to Starbucks with my mom and then celebrating the July birthdays at home. Awesome. Hi, Bubby. He just got back from a WALK with Keaton. And Stina says, we've been trying to kill our backyard with clover. I do have some clover in my yard. Stina says, lick me is black tea, orange pieces, safflower petals, calendula petals, and blackberry leaves. Okay. I don't know that I would like that blend personally, but I'm glad that you like it. And then Stina says, Raven in the library is black tea, Earl Grey, heather flowers, apple pieces, mallow, and linden flower, cornflower petal, and jasmine flowers. Oh my. You said Hatter is black tea, white tea, freeze-dried strawberries, calendula petals, red rose petals, raisins, ice wine, cinnamon clove, and jasmine buds. Wow. And Ghost in the Machine is black tea, rose petals, clove, calendula petals, raspberry pieces, rose hip, white tea, and mango pieces. The thing that gets me is I used to like black tea a lot more than I do now. I don't drink black tea at all anymore. It's like something about the taste, and I had a bad reaction to it one time where it made me really dizzy. Like, so I went and I drank it. I'd never had a reaction to it before, and I went to drive, and I got like super disoriented, and I felt very wavy while I was in the car, and I was scared that I was going to have to pull off of the side of the road, and I haven't been drinking any since. I still don't know why that happened, but I pretty much exclusively drink like green tea, herbal teas, white teas. I love fruit teas a lot. So, I mean, I'm glad that you love those, though. That's awesome. And Jamie says, Stina, those sound great. Tokana says, read another chapter, but kiddo dragged me into playing a game. Oh. And says, I have 10 pages left and I'm crying. Oh. I'm sorry. Jamie says, made it to page 264 of 390 in dry. And Faye says, packed 2 boxes of books and I might have destroyed my shoulder. No! Again! Oh, Faye. Take some Tylenol or something. Denise says, read 12 pages on page 130. He said, interior decorator. Jamie says, Anne, what are you reading? And Kat says, Barry and I are trying to pick a movie to watch. There's so many good ones. And Anne says, Jamie, The Grapes of Wrath. Mary Lou says, finished reading An Elderly Lady Must Not Be Crossed. That's a fun title. And Jamie says, oh, Anne, I love that book. Guess I'm going to have to read that too. He said, Jamie, I love it as well as made me angry because it is so very relevant today. That's Jamie agreed, said absolutely. That's another reason for me to read it. Denise says 230. Good job making it to page 230. And Stina says, Dryad has so many blends. I want to try lots of green teas and herbals as well. Oh, that's good. That's awesome. Might be something in there for me then. Well, cool. Trying to think tonight I might do things a little bit differently since we've had some longer chatty bits is instead of doing like a shorter 30-minute sprint at the end, I might actually do a full hour for everybody just to kind of like build in some extra time. So I'm trying to think, because if I do, let me ask this. How does everybody feel about doing 2 60-minute sprints? So like we'll do 2 more sprints and both of them will be for an hour. Would that work? Or do you guys want to stick with 45 and do like 2 45s and a 30? I'm trying to think about how that'll work. And says, going to reward myself with ice cream. Yeah, that sounds good. Denise says, sounds good for 2 60-minute sprints. Okay. Let's see. All right. Teresa says, yes, 2 60-minute. Okay. Then that is what we will do. Give me just 1 second and I will adjust this. All right. And Jamie said, yes, 2 hour-long sprints. All right. Great. And that is what we will do. So those will be the last two sprints that we do for the evening then. And that means I get to ask our normal two final questions of the evening. And that first one is going to be, what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? The key is that it just needs to be interesting to you, does not have to be interesting to anybody else. And I do not have to understand the context of the thing that you're interested in either. Like, just share whatever brings you joy. Oh, and that would have been terrible. I almost hit the end stream button. Ugh, that would have been bad. And Zach says, I like long sprints. Cool. Heidi says, interior decorator. That can become addicting. I definitely like HGTV shows. Those can be fun, of like people who are trying to buy houses or trying to decorate the inside of a house. That it's not a good show by today's standards anymore, especially because you can tell how much of it's scripted and just how outdated everything is. But when I was a child, I was addicted, obsessed with the show Clean House with Niecy Nash. Watched so much of it. It was ridiculous. But I actually tried watching that earlier this year. I found an episode of it that I had seen as a kid and I was like, "Oh my god, this show is actually kind of terrible now." But I liked it a lot then. Alrighty. Well, I have got to set up with our whole hour here and I will see you all. Oh, hang on. Mary Lou said that will be too late for me, but go for it. Okay. I'm sorry. I was happy to see you pop in. It made me happy. But I will get started with this. I'm trying to figure out what the heck to do with this Count of Monte Cristo thing because the page count is odd, but the fact that the number of chapters is the same. I'm like, how can you have the same number of chapters, but there supposedly be 500 too few pages? Because the chapters don't feel like there's anything missing from them, unless they were just abridged that well. I don't know. I got no freaking clue. But I'll see you all in a little bit. Gonna go actually back to Alien Clay. Happy reading. right, everyone, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 120, Robert, in Alien Clay. No joke. Exactly page 120. Keaton also asked me to make him a drink, which is why I left for just like a little bit during the sprint so I could make him a whiskey lemonade. Woohoo. Blackberry flavored. And before we left, I asked you all the question, what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? Could just be interesting to you. One of the things that I learned is I decided to do kind of an experimental brownie recipe that I saw on Facebook and was not expecting to like, but I was like, hey, it might end up being fantastic. And it had two kind of unorthodox ingredients in it, one of which was an entire avocado, and the second one was a whole zucchini. And let me tell you, literally some of the best brownies I've ever had in my life. And on top of that, they're also gluten-free. So if you would like me to share that recipe with you, I would be happy to, because they're like some of the softest and fudgiest brownies ever. I love them. And see, Kat came in and said, Alex, I say read your abridged version. I think I'm going to be good, Kat, and I'll go to the... Here's what I'll do. Is I actually found like the first 130 pages on bookshop.com of the Penguin like unabridged version of The Count of Monte Cristo, because the translator's the same guy, right, for this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through and I'm going to check to make sure that this has more information in it. Like I'm just going to like scroll through the chapters and I'm going to see if there's more in it than the edition that I have, because if there is, then I know that I'm not reading the right one. But if I'm going through and I'm like, well, this is all exactly the same information that I've been reading, then something's wrong with what is listed as the page count for the edition that I have, and it's actually the right one. So I will deduce it one way or the other, but if I need to, I can go to the Barnes & Noble. Jamie says, oh my God, my kids and I used to watch Clean House back in the day. Yes, I possibly have seen every episode of Clean House. I can't remember, but my mama and I used to watch the crap out of that show. And they used to have, you might probably remember this, Jamie, that they would just put them like back-to-back episodes, especially when they were doing one of those new episodes where people could send in film of their house to be like the messiest house in America, and then they would do like a complete, change of the house. Those were always my favorite episodes, were the messiest houses in America. And Anne says, could the size of the print make a difference in page count? I think it could. But the way that I'm reading it on my Kindle is it didn't default to anything small, because that's the thing, right? It's like you can choose the font size that you like. And because when I'm reading it, it won't tell me what page I'm on. It only gives me a location code. I don't actually know where I am unless I look at the chapter number. I don't know. I know I've spent entirely too much time talking about this tonight. It's just, I need you guys to understand that this is ridiculously confusing and it shouldn't be like this. I don't know why this edition was made the way that it was. Faye says, the reason Stradivarius type violins aren't made today is because they were made with old growth trees grown during the Little Ice Age, when growth rings were thin, making a better sound. I did not know that, Faye. Have you still been keeping up with your violin lessons? And how is that going to affect your lessons if you're still taking them when you move? And Heidi says, I can only settle in now and read now that my son is tucked in, so I like the 60 minutes. Well, good. And Robert says, interesting, Robert Klein's comedy album, Child of the 50s, he did a spoof on public service commercials and mentions myasthenia gravis. For 50 years, I thought it was a disease he made up. I don't actually know what that is, Robert. Tell me what that is. That'll be another interesting fact. And Stina says, I learned that E.M. Forster wrote a science fiction story, The Machine Stops. Cool. Mary Lou says, learned how the ancient Romans managed to keep their roads so straight. Very interesting. And on that note, I will say good night. Good to see you again. Good to see you too. And Denise says, Singapore, Michigan is a ghost town that was buried by sand from the dunes near Lake Michigan after being deforested. They chopped down too many trees to rebuild Chicago after the Great Fire of 1871. Great example of how humans affect the environment. Zach says, I learned last sprint that in the 1300s they used perennial gland secretions from, like, wait, are you saying pineal gland? Pineal gland secretions from civets in perfumes and bath oils. Civets are also the animal that eat coffee beans to make kopi luwak, which I've had. You've actually had that? Oh my goodness, isn't that like one of the most rare and expensive coffees in the world? They, lovingly in the bucket list with Nicholson and, oh my God, Morgan Freeman. They called it cat poop coffee. But that's interesting. I didn't know that about perfumes. It's kind of reminds me a lot of like ambergris with whales. Jamie says, I learned that jaguars can run 50 miles per hour. They also hunt differently than other cats. Instead of going for the throat, they have a 1,500-pound bite force they use to punch a hole in the back of the skull. I feel like I've heard that before. It's very interesting and terrifying. Anne says, I learned that a book that won the Pulitzer in 1940 is still very relevant in 2025. Yep, for The Grapes of Wrath. And Princess is here. Hi, Princess. Princess says, Anne, wait, what book from 1940s? That was The Grapes of Wrath. And Swank says, European edible dormouse can hibernate up to up to 11 months during a year of low food availability. That is something. Swank says, thanks for sprints. Y'all have a good one. You too, Swank. Thank you. Anne says, finished. Good job. Jamie says, read another 30 pages in dry. And Denise says, went outside and read 22 pages on page 252. Good job. Faye says, I finished my African Folktales arc, 4 stars. That's great. You can write your review. Good job. And Jamie says, yes to the brownie recipe, please. Okay, I can do that. Zach says, yes, send the brownie recipe. You can reply to the email I just sent you. I'll put it in the chat. I'll go and I'll find it, and I'll type it up in the chat for everybody. And Travis is here. Hi, Travis. We got one more sprint we're going to do. He says, hi, friends. Glad I got to catch you live. I'm reading an arc called Ride or Die by Delilah Dawson. I learned I have lost some weight on my new diet, which is motivating. Well, good for you, Travis. Great job. Kat says, Barry and I decided on watching Plane with Gerard Butler. Nice. And Jamie says, hey, Travis. And Travis says, I also did my pre-op appointment for my ear surgery and found out the tube he put in this time should last 5 to 7 years, which is great because my past tube only lasted a few months. So it means less surgery. That's awesome. Sorry you have to have surgery, though. Said hey to Jamie and said, we are just trying to help. And Faye says, violin lessons have paused during all the chaos around here, but I'm still practicing. My lessons are online, but internet should be stronger. We're moving, so my lessons might improve. Oh, that's great. That's awesome to hear. Robert says, MG is a chronic autoimmune neuromuscular disease causing fluctuating weakness in voluntary muscles. I did not know that. Thank you. Learned something new. Denise says, I looked it up, and the only translation that Robin Buss did for The Count of Monte Cristo was an unabridged version. Okay. Well, then, what the hell, Amazon? I'll figure it out, because like I said, I got this first 130 pages, and I'll be able to tell what's up. And Travis says, also learning a lot about phonetics and the anatomy and physiology of the mouth for my current semester. Awesome. Robert says, Robert Klein, seriously, myasthenia gravis is a disease where the nose mysteriously slides off your face. Oh, no. Christina says, listen to some more of Jade City while frying my green onion pancake. Ooh, green onion pancake. Never had one of those. And Kat says, hey, Travis. And Tessa's here. Hi, Tessa. Tessa says, I'm just dropping in briefly to say hi. The hospice care is driving me crazy. I'm so sorry, Tessa. I'm so happy to see you, though. Thank you for coming in and saying hello. I hope it gets better with the hospice care people. Travis says, hey, Kat. And Zach says, yes, the pineal gland, and you can get small amounts of Kopi Luwak coffee beans for relatively affordable prices. It was only like $12 a cup, which is okay for a one-time thing. Oh, yeah. Well, heck, there's some places locally I could probably get a $12 regular ass coffee, so not terrible. Kat says, hey, Tessa. Faye says, sometimes page counts can be very different for ebook than physical books. Well, wouldn't it be fantastic if I don't actually have the wrong one? Faye says, hi, Tessa. And Jamie said hello to Tessa as well. Alrighty, well, we're going to head into our last sprint of the evening. So we're going to be finishing right around that 5-hour mark. So honestly, the 2 1-hour sprints ended up working out pretty perfectly. So woohoo for us. And our last question of the evening is going to be, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? It can be big, can be small, can be something that happened 5 minutes ago or something that happened just last week right after our previous sprint. So be sure to let me know because I want to hear about it. And I'm going to put another hour up on the clock. I don't know exactly how much regular reading I'm going to do because I have to dive into some stuff really quick, but I'm going to still be productive in some way. Oh, and I'll put up the brownie recipe while I'm thinking about it. I will put that up. All right. I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I ended up, of course, spending part of my time researching, and I was able to determine that the version of the Count of Monte Cristo that I have is not, in fact, the translation by Buss that I thought that it was, because when I read the actual translation, his was much easier to understand than the one that I've been reading. Like the one version I'm reading sounds much more Old English than his. So I am actually going to go to the store tomorrow and I'm going to buy his copy just because it's nicer to read. So there you go. Problem and question solved. I don't know what the hell my version is. It says that he's credited on it, but they're very obviously not the same. Like I actually found a passage in both the sample that I was reading and my version that I have, and I put them side by side. The language is nowhere near similar. Like they're saying the same thing, but the way that the sentences and everything are structured, not even close. Super weird. Anyway, before we left, I asked you all the question: what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? Faye was the first to answer, said, I read a book just now. Yes, you did. That's my week's accomplishment. Although I guess getting through this past week in somewhat stable condition is something to be proud of too. Yes, it very much is, Faye. Give yourself some grace there. And I did post that brownie recipe for anybody who wanted it. And I said you can also just Google what great grandma ate easy fudgy flourless avocado brownies on Google. They're fantastic. And Kat says, I'm proud that I'm on a walking streak. Woohoo. I started walking in the mornings on July 1st and have walked every morning since. And I just think that that's so amazing, Kat. Very proud of you. Denise says, took my granddaughter to Saugatuck and Holland, Michigan, went on a sunset cruise, a fun, slightly thrilling dune ride, and visited Oval Beach on Lake Michigan, one of the world's most beautiful beaches. That's wonderful. Glad that you had a great time. Robert says, I finished The Night Guest. It's only 197 pages, and I'm not too critical with reviews for books like this, 4 stars, but I can see why people didn't like it. Very fair. Stina says, Robert, The Night Guest was a strange one, but I think I also gave it 4 stars. It worked for me, but yeah, I can see it not being to everybody's taste. She says, thanks for the recipe. Looks yummy. You're welcome. Stina says, I don't know that it is an accomplishment, but I read my first Dean Koontz this week. Cool. The Silent Corner. I liked it. Over the top, but engaging. My first Dean Koontz is probably going to be Odd Thomas. I haven't read one of his books before. I was actually given both of them. I know for certain I have, let's see, Ashley Bell over there that was given to me by a friend. I don't think I bought my copy of Odd Thomas, but I've had it for so long now that I guess I can't remember, so I assume that somebody gave it to me, but I might have bought it. Robert says, I started Come Closer by Sarah Gran, another short book. Very nice. Jamie said, I'm proud that I recognized my book this week. They are now, oh, God, not recognized. I'm sorry. My brain apparently is fried. I'm proud that I reorganized my books this week. That's awesome. They are now in more easily visible and accessible places where I'll be more likely to pick them up and read them. I also unhauled a handful of books. That's great, Jamie. Great job. And Travis says, I'm hopping off. Just wanted to come and support you for a minute. Thank you. Had a long day, so I'm conking out early. Night, everyone, and have a wonderful weekend. You too, Travis. Nan says, I've had problems sleeping the past 2 nights, so I'm going to bed early. Well, good luck, and I hope that you get some rest, especially for the weekend. Kat says, Barry and I finished our movie, so now watching an episode or 2 of Santa Clarita Diet. Awesome. Faye says, got my review up, does productivity dance. Woohoo! Good job. Denise says, read 5 pages to finish the chapter and talked with my son on the phone. Wonderful. So thanks for sprints. Have a great weekend, everyone. You too, Denise. And Jamie says, finish my buddy read pages of Dry, ate dinner, and then switched to reading Atmosphere. Awesome. Kat says, yay, glad you solved your Monte Cristo dilemma. Yeah, it's just, I mean, I haven't bought any Kindle books since last year anyway. So I mean, it's just going to give me something to consider with classics. It's like it's probably best just not to buy digital copies, even if you think that it's best to read them digitally, because you can't guarantee that the one you're getting is the right one. There you go. Talcana says, "Man, I survived the work week without crying like a child who doesn't have cake because I already ate the cake. That was enough." Oh, bless your heart. And that is also a very specific emotion. And I respect that. I'm glad you made it through the week as well. Kessa, thanks for the brownie recipe. You're welcome. Everybody should give it a try as long as you're not allergic to zucchini or avocado or eggs. And Zach says, I snagged the brownie recipe. Good. Cass says, thanks for sprints, Alex. Good night, friends. Good night to you too, Kat. Zach says, I like the night guess more of a 3.5 for me, but still good. And Alicia says, one thing I accomplished this week is I showed up and sat down this week to get back into my writing. Good. And wrote over 3,500 words this week. That's fantastic. My thing I accomplished was taking time off this week. I actually did a lot of things that I wanted to catch up on, and I created a list for myself of like everything I accomplished each day so I could show like how productive I was being. And Monday, I actually finished Moving Pictures by Terry Pratchett. So I'm just happy of like one, how much reading I did this week. I worked on one of my reading journals. I did some of my reading stats and finished up like something from last year that I had been wanting to do. And it just took me for frickin' ever. I've gotten to page 127 in Alien Clay, and got further into the Count of Monte Cristo. So I mean, among other things that I took care of, but it just like that felt good. That, and I filmed a video, guys. I filmed a freaking video for the first time since March. It's been ages. And I hate my hair in the video, but it just I'm so frustrated with this right now. It's driving me insane. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how I looked in the video. It matters that I wrote coherent notes and I sat down and I filmed something. And now I have to go through and I have to edit it. But I'm just really happy that I got that done. Huzzah! Oh. Let's see. And then Stina says, good night, everybody. Thanks for sprints and conversation. Thank you too, Stina. Alicia says, I had dinner and worked on my book journal. Good job. Faye says, thanks, Alex. Good night, everyone. Good night to you too, Faye. I hope you end up being okay, my friend. And Denise says, Dean Koontz has written under at least 10 different pen names. He is very prolific. I have never read his books. I didn't know that he had so many pen names. Jamie says, thanks for the sprints. It's been fantastic to have almost 3 hours to just read. Yeah, I'm happy to be able to provide that. It worked out great. Got a lot of reading done tonight myself. And Alicia says, thanks for the sprints. Have a great weekend. You too. Robert says, thank you, Alex, for the sprints. Capybara. Yeah, thank you, Robert. Zach says, my solution for the ebook classic thing is get annotated ones. Those are better formatted and you can tell they're longer. That's fair. And Denise says, staying at a motel was a big deal for me. I don't like staying away from home. I may or may not do it again. Hopefully I will. Well, good on you. You did something different. And Alicia says, yay for filming. Thank you. Faye says, yay video. Jamie said, woohoo. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for the congrats and the good jobs. And Teresa says, thanks for sprints. I listened to some of Emma and read some of the extras in The Nun. Awesome. Talcana says, thanks for sprints. Gonna go eat. Yes, definitely go eat. I might have a snack. Robert says, filmed a video. About time. I was this close to canceling my Patreon membership. You're such a little shit, Robert. And I even gave you a nice little shout out in the video because guess what? It's about Our Wives Under the Sea. You're welcome. And it's a spoiler review. You're welcome again. All right. Good night, everybody. Have a fabulous weekend. And I hope to see you next week. As long as nothing weird happens, I should see you next week. Take care, everybody.